Hello? There we go. Sorry, I don't know why it's not picking me up. Hello? Hello, hello? Yeah, there we go. I think I just got to talk at a normal voice, and that should be good. I have too many filters on my noise suppression, noise gate. Let's turn off the noise gate. Just go with the suppression. Maybe turn it down. Hello? Hello? Okay. I don't know. Sound stuff is not my thing. Okay. Let's put together a little starting screen. It's nice I can just whip stuff up pretty quick for that kind of thing. All right, so we're going to work on our dragon for a little bit this morning. I think that should be able to knock out almost everything lickety split, but I do need to just move quick and be okay with some tweaks here because unfortunately we aren't quite getting the results we want with our current method of merging. And the issue is right. The issue is the body shape keys. So when we combine, we can switch to desktop webcam. When we combine our objects, they do not mirror shape keys. Shape keys are never mirrored. And so that's an issue. That is definitely an issue. And hello, Charles Samuel 34, 345. So I'm faced with two paths I can take for fixing this issue. First is to update the script, but I don't really want to do that. Maybe I can do this really simply. Let's just merge it and take a little look. So if we look at our mesh here, when we do our foot claw extend, it breaks. This is the core issue right here. Now let's try just taking them all, separating them, and what we're going to do is delete this side. I'm going to duplicate the object, flip it over here, and it, okay, that seems to work. So that's probably our fix right there. So that means we can do an extremely simple script, which is instead of worrying about trying to find the correct calculation, we can just take half of all the geometry, delete the one side, the broken side, take the working side and flip it by scaling on the x-axis. That is key, and that's basically the whole operation right there. That is actually the correction we would need. You would just multiply the entire thing by -1. Yeah, that does work actually. Still easier with a post operation script. So that's what we're going to do. Because then all the shape keys are there at the end. We just do a vertex group selection for our target group, extract that into a separate object, delete, duplicate, flip, combine, flip faces, join the objects together, merge if necessary, merge that final object back into our character. You got that? There's a quiz. uh, but right now we can see the main issue, sort of, is the face orientation is actually just fine. Well, that makes sense, actually. If you scale just on one axis, then I guess, yeah, the faces would be fine. Funny. Okay. Or maybe if I apply it. Yeah, okay. So then we flip. And now it still works. Oh, okay. Much simpler. Thank goodness. Okay, good. We can now move on with our life. Still a bit of work to actually get everything working, but the solution has been seen. And it really just comes down to adding a vertex group. This vertex group is going to be shape key fixer. And we assign it to all these. Jesus. I got a new cat. Got another cat. You want to say hi? He playing. Here, I'll just show you this way. Where is it? See? Look at him. He is small. Just 2 months. What are you doing? Goofy cat. His name is Bug. What we're going with. Bug the cat. It's gonna take a while. It's really just the claws. Anything else? Don't think so. All right, so just gonna be a little lazy. Open up cursor. So new file. We'll just say create a Blender Python script to be run in editor that takes all selected objects and adds and uh, and adds a vertex group name and vertex assignment. The Burnett other 6 all select objects adds a vertex group. Name and vertex assignment should be. Get out of there. Do you need help? Stop doing it there. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, that looks good. Now we go to Blender, scripting. We'll go ahead. Add vertex group to selected. Okay. And this will be our group name. Perfect. And it doesn't matter what the shape, the best part about this solution is it doesn't matter what the shape key is. This will fix it, period. So it is the ultimate solution, thankfully. Okay. So add shape key fixer and set the assignment to 1. Just make sure we have our active selection like right there. Okay. Boom, and now they all should have shape key fixer. And it all should be set to 1. All right. Saves me a good chunk of time. Okay. So we need one more script. Create a Blender Python script to be run in editor that takes the active object and separates out the any vertices that are part of the shape key fixer vertex group. This new object. Not saying, not stopping by have some art. It's a good stream. Thank you, Era. Is that your little emote? Just add that. Well, thank you. Is it a sword? No, it's a banana tape tool. It's a banana tape. Nice. I could make that at home. Oh. Well, making the emote, I like. I'm just making a joke at the art piece itself. which I'm sure you know, but I feel compelled to say. Create a Blender Python script to be run in an editor that takes the active object, separates any vertices or part of the shape, key, fixer, vertex group. This new object needs to be scaled -1 on the x-axis. Needs to be. I'll just make a little bullet point here. Scale the -1 on the x-axis. Transform applied. Faces flipped. Combine back with original selection, original object. That should be it. Sorry. Oh, right. Actually, one more step at the very beginning, which is delete any vertex less below 0 on x-axis. See how that goes. What are you two doing, huh? Get it. Sorry, watching my cats play. Original cat Pixie slowly figuring out that she needs to chill out when playing. She's so big now. Big fluffy cat. Okay, so it's creating the script. We're just chilling for a second. Okay. Shape, key, fixer, mirror. Shape key fixer mirror main separates the shape key fixer vertex group, mirrors and rejoins it. This function contains the core logic for the operation. Get it. Should just run. Okay. Give it a shot. So we'll save. We do need to rebuild the base body here. Right. I guess we already fixed this, so just recombine them. And update. That's cool. Sorry. Get distracted by some stats. Hey, that looks awful. What's going on here? Hmm. Uh, that's the right move. We are about to find out. Boring script stuff. Should be absolutely done with scripting after this. So, crossed. I really hate getting stuck on it. It's a bummer, honestly. It's like worth it in some ways, and absolutely not worth it in others. It just depends on how much time it takes. Save. Wait for that to load. Watch my cats. Just wait for that to load. All right, so that is still broken. Why is it broken? Um, it broke doing it. That's why we see this there. Means we would have duplicate objects floating around our low poly. So we undid this. Can we undo even more? So some improvements, but oh, oh, I see. They've changed how it works, which would explain a lot of my problems. I wonder if my shape keys were working before. Struct RNA. Loading. Hopefully the music's not going to be picked up. I do a music free stream, so you're going to play whatever music you want, but also so I don't get copyright strikes. What's going on? Okay, I guess we're just waiting for this to load. Is there anything else I can do in the meantime? Let's just review what tasks we have for the dragon here. We do need to make some expressions. Oh boy. My computer might crash. Apparently, the birthday party we're hosting has been publicly announced. Wasn't sure. It would be. Oh, very cool. Is it your birthday? Didn't you just have a birthday? Or is that someone else? I wish lol. Okay, well, yeah. Okay. Like, crazy. Makes sense for hers to be public, so I saw Nehri's stickers everywhere. Nehri's. Interesting. So you're hosting is it a VTuber then? Nehri's? Ner. Neri. Gotcha. Oh man, I'm gonna crack my neck so bad. Very cool. Interesting. Are these furry only DJs? Or like maybe not furry only, but furry DJs? Welcome to join if you like. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. 23rd. I'm doing something the 24th. Well, thank you. Wait, if I click that, I can I add my oh no, this isn't through a VR chat directly. If I can join the group. Group joined. It's not a rule lol, but it's a very furry group. Oh, I got a new cat. Name is Bug. Show him off real quick. Gotta go grab him now. We got two now. she took her some time to adjust, but here he is. He's a good boy. Run, be free. But yeah, Pixie was seemed to be getting kind of lonely, so we thought it was time to get another cat. Have a buddy. I've heard in some countries you can only get them in pairs. Good for them to have a friend. Exactly. General rule in Germany. Okay, interesting. Drei. I don't know the word for cat. Maybe I do. No, I can't remember. If I ever knew. Oh. Wait, no, I don't get it. Why is it getting converted? So when we convert maybe it's just an old reference. Let's just redo all these. Body, LP, body, LP. Wings, LP. And poly. Perhaps it's just an older reference. But it's been cute to see the cats get to know each other. No! Ah. Interesting. Frill still here. But now that I'm looking at it, is this a duplicate? Because we have one here, and then another right here. Why would there be two? And then the horns are also extended. Oh, sorry, one second. Just to hear some knocking in the other room going on. They're like dragging the laundry basket along the wall. Funny. So if we do the frill scale, we can basically see it becomes... And the horn also... See, there's two. Interesting. There's two. Oh! Oh, it's probably literally just a duplicate. There's probably just a duplicate object there. Maybe. Yes, there is. Yes, there is in fact a second one. And it has a shape key in the object. Gotcha. All right. So first we need to delete it, first of all. Or okay, we're getting rid of the duplicate. That's for sure. There's one more up here. This one. Because it has the shape keys. So that means that our shape keys are not properly getting converted beforehand to attributes. And I just want to convert them. Okay, so this function is broken. Dang it. When converting our shape keys to attributes, the original mesh is to form shape key. Why is this? I need to check all the collections for duplicate objects. It should have only been happening to objects that had shape keys, because those are the ones that would have failed combining, making the duplicate object in the first place. But better to double check. All right. So keep all those changes. We have to reinstall the add-on for the 8 millionth bazillionth time. Save here. Edit preferences. Rapid. Boom. Uninstall. Yes. And install again. Which means now we will know if it works if this works properly. And it does not. Damn it. Because what's interesting is that then the shape if I put them back to attributes, or sorry, I take that back to shape keys, they stack, which definitely is not supposed to go. Now that happens here. Does it happen with my original script? Shape key, convert shape keys to attributes. No. Okay, so we just need to reference that one. And now they are back to attributes. Beautiful. All right. We can hide that. We can go to here. And we're not using the shape key one, but we do have the modifier to create the shape key attribute, so that should be good. We can save now. Go back to the body. And I almost think of how I put avatars together as like, there's like little factories. Like you have one little path to make one object. You want that really adjustable so you can tweak it and change it whenever you want. That comes together with another piece. But it is nice being able to keep everything kind of in its respective, or to keep it procedural. Oh, come on. I fixed the horns. Why are we still getting a big ass frill? Because I left it in like a dum-dum. Pixie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oopsie again. Double oopsie. There we go. All right. So, again, our attributes are still there, but they have been converted, but they are broken as expected. This is expected behavior now, except for this one not doing it. Should also be doing it, but if we look, claw, hand, also major busted. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, I know why those ones aren't working. Easy fix. Should get up and join the world. Still have much to do this week. Well, enjoy your relaxation while you can. The weekend's not too far away. I mean, it's as far as it can be away, but a little less every second. Sorry, that was not helpful. Pixie, what? What's going on? Come here. Come up. She's gotten so fluffy recently. Haven't you? Yeah, you got an extra flute for her. Yeah, she big now. She big lady. Oh, you smell so good. Okay. So these ones are broken because the transform is offset, which we fixed in these ones, which is why they're working. Fresh cat smell. Okay, so now we want to test our script. The uh, one we haven't actually selected yet, which is, what do we call it in cursor? Yeah, the shape key fixer mirror. Okay. Interesting. Almost there. Okay, so let's edit that script a little. Delete all vertices that have negative x that are the negative. Scale the object. So first we delete. Ah, okay. Before we scale the object, -1, -1 on x axis, we need to duplicate. So our originally separated geo no, separate vertex group, delete all x negative x verts, duplicate separation, flip duplicate, scale x, duplicate, apply transform, flip faces, flip normals for all, apply transform and for all faces and duplicate, merge, separation, and duplicate separation back into original object. Hello, Arctic. Good morning. Pixie says hi. Hello, hello, hello. Getting so big, yes, she is. And we actually have another one. We got a little stray rescue. Want to say hi? Hello. He's just probably like 2 months or so. Super friendly. He's just sitting in the sun and purring. Little slinky cat. Yeah. Oops, shit. Sorry, it's in my trash can. Uh, um, but yeah, little slinky cat. Yeah, he's kind of. We're thinking he's a little malnourished, which would make sense since he's a stray. Um, but he's doing a lot better now. Ooh, that felt good. Funny. I wonder why they end up over here. Okay, at least they're working on some of them. They're a little busted there, but that's okay. Hi. Hi, you okay? Jeez. Hello. Did somebody just find him and bring him to you? No, we're walking around PetSmart and it was like I've been talking about getting a second cat for a while. And Pixie was getting kind of lonely. Uh, I just, I'm working and then we're gone and then just ends up being a not that she was alone very much, just I don't think she was getting played with in a very affirming, enriching way. I just updated my world after some feedback. The portals now work on trigger instead of interact, and I manually built a mesh collider for each archway in the keep/towers to smooth out the thresholds. Okay, very cool. Tell people gonna go up. Yeah, stairs are funny. It's like you could build a collider for each step, but that smooth transition's pretty nice. Why would they be here? Actually, if I do it again, I can actually. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's right. Your object dot scale dot x equals -1. Seems right. Switch these to true. Apply transform, flip faces, combine all three. Ah, it's the armature. I transform. Hello, Dara. Welcome. Straight stairs have a flat plane collider for walking on. I'm tempted to do the same for my towers, but it's just so much work. Relatable. The curse of 3D. Okay, so I think what we're missing, excuse me, is that when we run it, these end up over here, which is not... Oh, interesting. Huh. So... Funny. Hello, Casual Cat. Welcome back. Hello once again. Easier to check YouTube at work and then Twitch. Fair enough. My defense, I finished the outside keep before I did the other steps, so I wasn't aware I could even do that. um, the current steps do not respect the original modifiers or apply them, or perhaps apply them. Oh, of course. Okay, I have to think about that. Hmm. Okay, so there we need a few other steps, and this is this will work, but it's definitely goofy. Okay, I have to write it down. So the issue is the are the vertex groups, which seems obvious, or I should have expected. So what we do is we have the OG object, we have the original object, and we make the separate version, and then from that, we then actually create the left and right. Left, right. Sorry. split it, and we have two more groups, left and right. Split them out. We then, or actually, sorry, just the right side. So we take out the right side, flip it, and then data transfer from the originally separated version. Then apply, transform, flip faces, apply, transform, flip the faces, and then we merge back. Okay. All right. Time for some typing. I have to actually explain all that. So, all right. Our current version messes current script neglects vertex groups. So, revised plan. Revised order of operations. First, we separate target vertex group. Then, split separation into left and right groups. So separate all vertices, all negative x vertices to their own object. Leaving the right side verts. Duplicate right side. Scale right side on negative x axis. Then apply transform. Very lucky this will work. Okay, so scale right side. So we flip it, apply the transform. All row and scale. And then here's the important part, data transfer. Add data transfer mod to flipped object. We need to do a few key features there when we flip it. So source is left side object. Enable vertex data. Enable vertex groups. Apply data transfer mod. Delete left side object. Combine flipped and the right side object back into the original object. Woo! Hopefully that works. We're just going to let that cook for a little bit. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day out there. Happy Monday, everyone. Hope you're all doing good. Oh, check my text messages. Made the request to change the scripts, shape key, fix mirror pi. Separate shape key, fixer, vertex group into its own object. Split into left and right. Duplicate the right side. Mirror on X. Apply transform, flip normals. Transfer vertex groups from left to right. Flip. Left to flip. Duplicate using a directed transfer modifier. Hit on vertex group name with nearest mapping. Applied. Delete the left object. Join right to boom. Sounds right. Okay, perfect. So keep all. Back here, save. Reload. And oh wait, we just want to run it here. That did not work. What was our error? Oh boy. Actually, probably should have checked the system console instead. Whew. Excuse me. What's a happy Monday? It's one of those, if a tree falls with no one to hear it, it puzzles. I suppose so. Funny coincidence, but you sound almost exactly like my D&D dungeon master I'm doing my current campaign with. I am your dungeon master. Doppelganger! Uh-oh. Why is it freezing? It must be when I update the rapid update add-on. All right, let's give this a shot. Val enum all. It's saying it's not finding all? One more time, let's switch up the model. Hello, Riso. Why is that I come here and the first thing I see is your blender freezing and crashing? In any case, hope you're having an excellent day. Thank you. Thank you, Riso. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Funny, just last week, I finished running my group through a scale model of the Amityville horror house, complete with CR plus 2 Shadow Demon. That sounds awesome. Oh, that was fast. Do we need to set it at all? Okay. Let's just try. Thankfully, it's quick to test because we got it loaded in here. Boom. That's what I thought. Still broken. Target separate vertex group, then split separation into positive X and negative X objects. So separate all negative to one object, leaving the positive X side verts, duplicate positive x side, scale positive x side, -1 x-axis. Source is delete. Find flip and positive x side object back to the original. There we go. It was awesome. They escaped a TPK by 2 HP on the monk. I was playing D&D super regularly over the last year, and then it's just kind of fallen by the wayside. It's just so funny. At this age, it's like, I'm old, but it is funny how if you're playing a lot, it does take up a lot of time. It takes up a lot of your free time. It's not bad. It's just, I suppose that I'm kind of a simple man. And I just like being at home now. My BG3 party finally made it to Act 3, and we spent the whole session just like shopping. Good. Some of my favorite Critical Role episodes were the shopping ones. Um, Currently still my first campaign ever. Second session probably on the 16th of August. Exciting. Very exciting. That's right. I remember you telling me about your character, the cursed one. I really think with AI tools, our role playing will be super interesting in the future because everyone could sit and make stuff for their character or make the world while they're playing. That'd be a lot of fun. What's the separated vertices into plus? Remove the modifiers on the separated object. When actually rated. Also add debug logs. What is that shape key fixed mirror you're making? We left it off in a fight in a random corridor. Nice. So what I'm making right now is my script, my big add-on that I've made. shape keys are just super hard to work with. And as it turns out, if I had like a claw with a shape key, like if I had shape keys on the face and the body, they worked fine because the origin, the location, rotation, and scale were all zeroed out for that object. But if I had a smaller object I was combining, like a claw, the shape key would be incorrect because it would make the offsets of the shape key for how it is, uh, uh, you know, offset like the origins and the finger or whatever. Um, and then later down the line, not only would that be incorrect now because that shape key was initially made in the incorrect transform, but also when the shape key was mirrored to the other side, then those values are totally wrong on one half. So my fix is I fixed it so that it takes into account the orientation. And then I'm making a script now which takes any vertex group. You just make a vertex group, and then at the very end, it'll delete one side of the mesh of your selection, flip it, and then fix the shape keys, because that's just the simplest way to do it. How did that problem happen? That sounds unnatural. Just the order of things. It's really just shape keys. Shape keys are not mirrored properly in a mirror modifier. Gotta go now? Sounds good, casual. Catch you later. Bye! But yeah, shape keys are not mirrored properly with the mirror modifier. In fact, you can't apply a mirror modifier with shape keys, which is so frustrating. And so with my add-on, which just allows you to keep everything separate and then combine at the very end, it's just a challenge. It's an obstacle. Working with shape keys is an obstacle because they have to be in a certain format and they don't play nice with certain things, especially modifiers, which is so silly because it really could just be like an offset value on a vertex, but instead it's this weird, silly system that they currently have. Remember, the house always wins. I was thinking that once I start my YouTube career, I might end up giving you some free advertisement. I appreciate that. I think people are not simply aware how powerful your blend shape baker is. Thank you. Things like making your vice seams or your face tracking blend shapes are just a walk in the park. Really, too. Hey, that's good to hear. It certainly saved me an insane amount of time. Just yeah, a lot of time. And eventually, I want to release this other add-on that I'm using. I believe I've shared it with you before. But good. Yeah. I certainly saved me a lot of time. Shape keys are the worst. They are the worst. It is so funny to just after spending so much time with Blender to realize there are just actually bad things about 3D models. Like there are certain things that 3D models just are awful at. Most importantly, as non-destructive shape keys are. Read the message about silly. I believe I read it. Did I miss something? Sorry, no, that's a Blender thing. Just did read it. Gotcha. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, get pop my toe. Okay, nothing visibly broken. Exciting. So it was probably the modifiers that were breaking things. Foot claw extend. Did I even run it? Oh, still broken. Okay. So now we'll feed in our these are terrible. Here, we eat lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. This means you should now have your original object named body with both halves correct vertex with no leftover helpers. The report looks correct. Check the outline of extra body objects. May unlink the collections. Duplicates. Pain. Let's just organize. Separate each step into its own function. Have the main function called in order. Team duplicates at x0. Split uses x greater than 0. Less than 0. Team duplicates. We separate the vertex group. And separate the sides. Not duplicate the sides. Loading. All right, we're just chilling. I'll be right back. Loading. Gotta take a picture of the cat. Oh, I know what I can do. First, I do want to keep that. But I just realized I can just copy my logs and then feed that into the model and be like, this is what I did. Turn this into a script. But I want to save this first, so we'll put it into a little text notepad. That over there. Have you made worlds? Yes, specifically worlds that have this particular detail. Outdoor theme, but with a lot of reflections and specularity on some surfaces. I've definitely messed around with specular things. Yeah, I've certainly encountered a lot of difficulties lighting things in Unity. Yeah, lighting in Unity and just in game engines in general, evil. It's evil. It's a cursed thing. Um, why are you making a? I'm assuming you're making a world. What kind of issue are you encountering? What tips could you give me for that? I want to make a world that's like a forest with a lake. And I want to make it reflective, but also make it look good. Everything looks off. It is still bare bones, so I can't really show much. One trick a lot of games use is like reflecting. So they'll actually make like a flipped set of geometry. Like if you have a trees, then you take the trees and you flip them and you put them upside down. So you're actually seeing trees through the uh, water, but it looks accurate. And a lot of like really, really good reflections are literally just duplications of what's in the world, uh, because that's just a lot of times the easiest way to get things accurate. So you could use a mirror from VR chat. You could just like use an actual mirror because that's pretty efficient. Now, for reflections, though, you're really just going to have to use reflection probes. That's really all you can use. So, good skybox, good lights, um, and reflection probes. Um, and then, as well, if you are going to bake lighting in Unity, I really recommend you purchase Bakery, um, which I just typed in chat. It's an add on for baking stuff, as you might guess. Uh, Where's my positive? There, positives. GPU Light Mapper Bakery. I've used it before. Yeah, my bakery might love it. It is so much better than the standard Unity one. And they have another add-on you can buy where you can do live previews of the lighting. Like you can do actual GPU accelerated stuff. Or it's pretty cool. Still want to bake it at the end, but um, My question about that, is there like a preview extension that allows me to see what's going on? Oh, I didn't even mean to answer that, but yes. So with Bakery, I believe it's a second purchase, but they do have some sort of like you can make a selection and it'll do real time baking of just your selection. So gives you a good preview of what to expect. Um, but that being said, pretty much all reflections are faked. I would say that if you're looking to really have the most control of a reflection, Koyomi matte caps are probably going to work out better for you because, or just a shader. Like just go in, fake the reflection directly in the shader. You know, you're like, as long as you're only using these objects for the scene, or you make the shader in a way where you can adapt it to any scene, it might just be easier to go in and control the lighting yourself because it's always a bit of a gamble when you're relying on these bigger systems. Matte caps are fun. And you can also do cube maps and stuff for custom reflections of specific objects. Uh, did investigate about shaders for that and saw that Silence filament is really good for more photorealism, but the problem is that it doesn't have RGBA color masking. I believe the Silent shaders are open source, so there should be a GitHub with them if you want to adapt them. In fact, if you can copy and paste them, you might be able to put them into a custom node in Amplify Shader in Unity. So then you could use a node-based editor. Um, oh, interesting. That's why it's getting weird. But that's okay. Should end up there. Bam. Flip. And did investigate about shaders for that? Weary. Sounds good. Okay, that should have worked. Oh. All right, now I have the whole history of what I did there. Can I use the system console instead? No, I have to use the little this thing, whatever this is. I can't select them. Okay, I'll just do this. Make a new notepad. Paste it. All right, let's see how that works. That should give us better results. Oh. So hopefully this works right here. And now we actually have to undo all the work we just did to fix it. But so we'll refresh it here, recompile. Actually, did I actually check if it worked? And it does, yeah. Still need to make sure that last toe has got it. All right. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the restroom real quick. Says it's updated. We refreshed it here. We just updated there. Okay. Now we're going to run that script one more time because just to confirm, it is still busted. Save. Okay. That isolates the problem. Pruned. Mirrored duplicate creator and pruned. Gotta say, not impressed with GPT-5 at all. We do not need to delete any vertices. We are using separations efficiently. Which build and test defaulted to one client once selected? I keep swapping from build and reload, so it's set to 0. It's already almost noon. Damn, that went fast. This is really bad. What the heck? There's a sparkling. Is this real? Sparkling protein? Soylent Green, baby. Funny. I'll look that up. Sparkling protein. Oh, interesting. I mean, I got some muscle milk recently, and that's basically the same stuff. Static flavored protein. Mmm, tastes like purple. Fascinating. That made me hungry though. I think I'm actually gonna get one right now. Advertising working. Energy protein drinks. I'm surprised that's not a thing already. Energy protein drinks. hate that. I always click deselect it again. Why is this so challenging? I feel like I should start from scratch at this point. It's bad. Try one more. I see. So the script was trying to call it, but there is no object anymore after the join operation. Okay. Well, less of a bug, but it's all getting removed. I was wondering why the torch I set up wasn't being knocked around by the other items. I forgot it has an udon script that keeps it kinematic until you pick it up the first time. I am so smart. Carbonated ones at least sounds super odd. It really does. Carbonated protein. That's so I can make it into a prefab that I can then freely slot into various wall sconces I was messing around with. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Place it back into the sconce, it respawns and sets it back to kinematic so it doesn't fall out. That's really cool. I remember physics and networking being weird in Udon. All right, that was painful, but we finally did it. No, we did not. Loading. Still stuck loading. Yes, sir. Ah, Select separate object. Enter edit mode. Deselect all. Select only vertices. Use separate command. Get the newly separated object becomes the active object after separation. Enter edit mode of the select. Deselect all vertices. Select vertices on the negative x side. Separate the selected vertices. Okay, so now we have two objects. Let's actually go back here. Get the active object, enter edit mode, select, use separate command, rename object to separate object. Get the newly separated object, rename the separated object, enter edit mode, deselect, select. Vertices on the negative side, separate that object. Rename selected object to negative x side. Funny. No, we still need to separate both of them. Okay. Actually, I'm going to go back really quick. And instead of renaming it separate object plus side. Now duplicate plus x side, scale it -1 on x axis. Remove all modifiers, scale it. Ensure we we go. Easy. Lazy AI. Duplicate it, flip it. Then it should just be apply modifier. Combine with separate object. Merge with original object. Delete sex object. Hello, No Name. Welcome back. Currently modeling a struggle of mine, an anthro head with the snout starting with a sphere. It's hard to extrude and make it look right. I would say that when you're first starting out working with meshes, what is difficult is that you're actually trying to do two things at once. First, you're trying to make the right shape, and then second, you're trying to make the right topology. And a lot of times that's really hard to do at the same time. So what I might recommend is just to do a sculpture first. Just go in, block out the shape, all the shapes with a sculpt, and exactly what Wendy's saying there, and then retopo the second, because that way you know you have a shape you like, and it's easy. It's really easy to get to that right shape with sculpting, or it's easier. And then the retopology will give you a better idea of how you can actually wrap, how you can cage objects without yeah, just a little simpler. Box modeling has its place and a good skill to learn, but it can be a lot to learn first. It is kind of easier learning it coming the other direction. You know, instead of box modeling all your shapes, how do you take a shape and make it boxy or the right topology out on top of it? Um, Apply the data transfer, select both the duplicated and the excited object for joining. Join the objects. Hello, Pablo. Welcome. Cade Art did a full Avatar speedrun. I would highly suggest trying to follow along with if you really want to focus on box models. And hello, Pablo. Welcome. Should work. Struggle with sculpting is that the tools vary. I use ChatGPT for a script tool. Lol. Heck yeah, let's go, Pablo. They don't always work how you think, and the detail can ruin the overall base shape I'm trying to get. Well, think of it this way. You're not necessarily going to get that final quality out of the sculpt. It's simply to help you have something there to work around. So you don't have to have a perfect sculpt. You could even use just primitive shapes to block out the larger shape you're trying to get. Um, but what you start with can be quite limiting. Like you're saying, I'm starting from a sphere. It's like spheres, if you're especially if you're using a UV sphere, like uh that's a difficult point to start from because its topology is really weird compared to how characters are standardly made if you're using a UV sphere. Um, it's not necessarily that you have to do it. What you're giving yourself is just really good reference. You're solving a lot of the proportions and shaping problems without having to do it at the same as the same time you're making your mesh. Um, with 3D work, the more things you can separate into their own specific task, the easier it is. Like if you're just jumping in, doing your topology and finding the shapes at the same time, you're kind of you're jumping back and forth between those two issues all the time. Um, so hopefully that gives you a better idea. But you could just, I mean, you could literally just sit here and like, oh, I need to block out a character. You don't have to sculpt, but you could just like, I'm gonna use all these tubes. Here's his head. Here's his torso. Here's his arm. And you're just kind of using that to generally get your uh, get an idea of where things are going to go. Just going to rebuild this real quick. What kind of script did you make, Pablo? Welcome back, Era. Hello. Tools are fiddly sometimes. I use a lot of clay, draw sharp, inflate, deflate, and elastic grab. Ended up looking cool. Good. I do like the Z spheres. I wish there was something like that in Blender. Mostly with multi-res versus dyne topo, since it's very I guess there technically is, but either way. Yeah, no name. Just to kind of go back to that really quick. So say you're trying to make a face and you don't like how bumpy the sculpt is, especially with the remesh modifier. Just having that really rough sculpt still gives you a good idea of where you can build your mesh to capture that shape and build a much higher quality shape. Mostly with multi-res versus Dynatopus and so performant, Blender is slowly approaching ZBrush in terms of sculpting power, but it's a ways off. Yeah, definitely. I love Blender, but yeah, we got some ways to go. All right, so we rebuilt. We're gonna update our script by copy and pasting the result of it. Read that, got wonky very quickly. Also, use ChatGPT to give me tips and correct my code ideas. Tells pros, cons, alternative to his thinking. It's not straight up code. Well, I'm actually using Claude in here in this. This is called Cursor, um, and it works directly in your code base. You can ask it questions, make it generate things specifically. Doesn't I mean I've been struggling with it most of the morning, so it doesn't solve all your problems, um, but certainly copy and pasting between ChatGPT and stuff, and it not having a direct understanding of what you're doing make it quite difficult. Don't distract, annoy, and be omni nuisance. Well, welcome. Hope your day's going well. Use bmesh to iterate through vertices. Okay. Add a proper object variable assignment. Feels a little more airtight. Save that. Interesting. There's meh. I don't know why it's struggling so badly. May not have actually run the updated one earlier. Hello, Genie. Ooh. Okay. What? I messed up my. Been a day. Feeling it as well. Enter edit mode. Boss makes $1, make a dime. That was a poem from similar time. Now his boss makes 1,000 while I make a cent. And he's got employees that can't make the rent. Labor is violence. Oh my god, this takes 1 billion million years. It's actually garbage right now. Maybe I need to update. Woo! Excuse me. Told the mind callous hand while they drift on air without a plan. The pockets swell the work a sham, yet I'm left what I am. Crossbred climbs ever higher. Legend stare at stubborn I am in the cracks they never see, yet still, while empty crowns still or more. You know, class action lawsuits or labor lawsuits set up people for retirement all the time. I don't need to rename. I'm assigning it. Enter edit mode for the separated object. Deselect all vertices. This is how my day has been. I've clicked like 4 times. Control L. Technology was a mistake. This is how my day has been. Well, at least it's productive in the writing sense. Oh, need to update. Okay, let's just stop this right now. What's going on? Can it just work? Off for now. Gonna take a little break for cycling time. Have a nice rest of the day. Same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Fuck, I need to get this into Unity before then. Get the newly separated object. We name, we assign it. We switch to object mode. We're already in object mode after the separation. Just want to select and make X plus X side active. The active mesh. No, we don't need that. Apply the data transfer modifier. Select both the duplicate object and the plus side object for joining. Deselect. Then we want plus. So select all of them. We selected that one last. Oh. think that's right. Well, my lunch is almost over, and it appears I've been booked for another 2 meetings today. Joy of joys, guess I gotta go. Catch you later, Era. Good luck with the meetings. Good luck with work. Bye. Oh, I just got like a piece of hand or head. And back from break, scheduling ration collection samples for what I missed. Not too much. Still struggling with this little script here. Okay, I think we're good actually. Let's give it a shot. Actually, no, we don't want to do this. Farmers field set for this and ask for this. Proud that my commission will be the reason you figure out how to do this. Well, it's nice because this is going to be an add-on I will sell eventually because this is what I think is the right way to work in Blender. So much of what I do is just working around Blender, which is so annoying. So hopefully this will be a good solution for people. Nothing selected. So I'm sorry, and you're welcome. I'll take it. Say hi to everyone. Hello. We got a new boy. Yeah, it's Bug. That's what we're naming him. And I think Bug is hungry. He's a hungry bug, aren't you? Aren't you? Go get some food. I'll be right back. Check if any vertices were actually selected. So just put it in a big conditional. Just do the check on the line. Yeah. What? What do you want? You need someone to pay attention to you? You need someone to pay attention to you, huh? Oh, he's on the run. He's probably gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, good. We're actually on to a new problem, even though it's the same. 57. Now it says they were selected. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, they're back to playing again. Okay, so the minus object is there. We actually want to select. Wait, type error. Okay, so this is a new error. All right, so 119 is what it said. Minus. Set the source object. Switch back to object mode. We want to add the data transfer. So here we would actually want to say select the flipped object. Deselect, select the flipped object. Then we add the modifier just to confirm. Beautiful. Then we scale. So we add the data transfer. Where is that? Duplicate an object. Set the source object for data transfer. One 24. Instead of that, let's just ensure that the graph is up to date. Oh, so close. Hi. So close. So we know the dependency graph is updated. We know we're selecting the source. Set the source object for data transfer. Maybe this is not it. Review research if this Hi. What are you doing, huh? You're just a little sleepy baby. You're just a little sleepy baby. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just holding her paws. Ooh. So cute. Just make sure you are in object mode. The target object, the one that owns modifier, is the active object when you create / modify the modifier. So we select the flipped object. And we've assigned it here. So we duplicate and assign. Hi. But it also says line 55. That's just the end. Okay. Um, oh. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? She's sleepy. Object to transfer data from. Type object, and it is just called object. Okay. Do we need to clarify to Blender? I. She's so cute. She's so cute. Cat break. I. Why? Mm. So we add the modifier. Off the workflows, immediately duplicate the object, immediately add the data transfer modifier. Woo! Shouldn't be taking so long. I can't believe it. I'll be right back. Enjoy your day, Wendy. I'll catch you later. Enjoy your workout. My hair's getting a little long again. Hmm. God, just let me fucking type. Jesus. Select and make plus sign active. Duplicate the object. Holy shit, hurry up. What a waste of fucking time. This really shouldn't be that difficult. Understand. This really isn't that difficult. I don't know why Blender has such a hard time tracking these variables. Okay. So, the correct order. Take selected object. Remove all vertices of assigned to vertex group shape key fixer. Separate all vertices out into their own object. This new object will be named shape key fixer x pause. Then in this new object, select all vertices. Can I do a condition for that? Select all vertices with x positive, x negative positions. Separate this selection into an object. Rename new object to shape key fixer x. That's all we need to do. Then duplicate x pause object, scale it -1 x axis, apply transform location, remove all modifiers. Actually, we should actually just remove all modifiers here. Apply transform location, rotation, and scale. Flip normals of all faces. Rename to JP Fixer flipped. Add data mod to flipped. Set source to negative. And what does it? Enable vertex data. join flipped XPOS and the original mesh. With original mesh be active. Okay, that is what should happen. That is to the T exactly what should happen. Call this a key fixer, order of operations. We're going to save it right in here. Save. Does our script follow the Couldn't have taken all day. God damn it. I only have a few more minutes, and then I gotta go. What did that still needs to be like fixed? I think we got 3 shape keys to add, which is why this is so essential. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Can't use geometry. Select the original mesh. We save the name. We use the separate command. I guess I just gotta walk away from that. I don't know why it's not working. I have the whole thing right there. It should just work just fine. Okay. No, 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes. Get going. I'm just gonna start from scratch on these. Once those shape keys are in and it's good, the rest is all set. At least what I'll be able to accomplish for the time we have. Um, I don't have a clear picture of it while working on this, but shape key, fix, delete. Just gonna say make a Blender Python script meant to be run in editor that performs the operations provided. I gotta stop there. This is getting ridiculous. It just is actually unable to be helpful. I'll give this one shot on the clod. There. Sort of takes. That's hard, man. So it's not my intent. No, 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 no. No, you're good. Okay, I'm gonna call it here. I need. I understand why it doesn't want to work. Hmm. Okay, I have one other solution for that. Same to you, Dara. Everyone else out there. Hope you're all having an amazing day. Hopefully, when we get back to this, we'll have a solution. Um, yeah, not exactly sure what's going on here, but thank you for your time. Enjoy your day. we'll see you tomorrow for sure. I might stream a little bit later today for a little bit. I need to get some stuff done for Foxhound, so shout out Foxhound. I'll see you all very soon.